Thank you, Phil. I am trying to work on the audio. It's definitely the hardest part about doing this kind of stuff because you can't hear yourself. Because if I was to listen to it, well, then I'm in a bit of trouble. How's everyone doing today? Thank you for the likes. Thank you. Thank you. The board I'm using is the Chessnut Move. I've got a little website on there if you want to check it out. Thank you for the follow, and thank you for the, I'm not sure what those are, but thank you. I'm getting a bit cramped here, but my plan is to go over here. Pawn comes up if needed, go for a little bit of a Roy Lopez setup, but the difference is I've got my bishop, let's clear these, I've got my bishop here instead of here. Thank you, yes, enjoy the stream. Thank you for the follow. So where is the board? So the board is Chessnut, and it's called the Chessnut Move. I'll put a little website over the screen now for you. You can always check out this website here, wiggy.com/chessnut. I've done reviews on all of these different boards, and you can check them out and see if any of those boards are for you. Oh, I don't think the website popped up. I'll fix that after the game, but wiggy.com/chessnut, you can check them all out. Do I play subs? Yes, I do. I play subs, followers, no problem. You can always add me on chess.com. The username is Wiggy, WHIGGI. And I'm not sure if I'm playing against people today, but I do play occasionally. It will depend on the stream and also, how big your rating is, because I do want to get my rating a little bit higher. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, DH. Nice to meet you too. And that would all come down to what your rating is. I play 15 plus 10 is the time control. Thank you very much. Let's see if that website button is working now. I have a little button on there that will show up the website for anyone curious, but it doesn't seem to be working for me today. $1,600 Blitz. Yeah, I don't really play Blitz too much. I hover around the 1500s on there, but one day I might choose to take it seriously. Not particularly liking how this game is going. The board is this one here with the wooden pieces. If you check out the website, I've got all the prices on there. This one goes to about 700 if you use my code. And if you get it with plastic pieces, you'll save yourself about $140. I think it goes for somewhere around $540 or something like that. Thank you, Nerdy. Everyone say hello to Nerdy in the chat. threatening to take. Sorry, threatening to take. And then that's undefended. So if they take back, we can take here. Yeah. Oh, welcome back, Makima. Yeah, look, if you are looking to buy one, make sure you check out that website. I do have a code on there, and it will save you a fair bit of money. As far as I know, that is the best code to use to get a discount. And of course, it will help support me in my streaming adventures. So yeah, feel free to use that if you decide to get a board. But yeah, it's definitely I've got a lot too. But this is the only one that moves. I did look at getting a moving one several years ago, but I didn't like the idea of it back then. And I watched reviews on it, and the pieces kept getting knocked over and falling off the board, and that's too much of a headache. But this one's working well. Okay, so right now the threat is taking here. He can take back there. So that doesn't work for me right now. So maybe if I bring the bishop back, the threat reopens because he can't capture with the queen. He'll have to capture with the knight. And then I can take that. Now, I'm not saying that he's going to leave that free. He probably wants to do this next. But let's give it a go. Yeah, absolutely. A board that costs as much, you would hope it works. Well, I've had it for a good 7 months now, and I have been using it a lot recently, and it's been performing quite well. Thank you for the follow, Lamb of God. Okay, I do have something here. I just need to evaluate if this is a good trade or not. Look, it's looking good. It is looking good. Takes. That's undefended. He has a check. I can take. Maybe it's not looking good. So it takes. In between check. Capture. Capture. Push. I mean, it still looks okay. I'm going to give it a go. The first game is a trial game. Why not push the D pawn? Why not push the D pawn? Not sure. We can have a look at that after the game. I didn't really look at that. I will admit I was focused on removing the defender of the knight here. Hello, Paragon. Welcome back. Okay, so he just takes. What do you mean add custom stickers, Paragon? Is that something we can do on? Is that a TikTok thing, or? I'm not quite sure what you mean. There's got to be tactics here. How long do I have? I've got 8 minutes. Plenty of time. If I take with the bishop, he takes back with a knight, he loses the queen. I lose the queen, and then I take the rook. Could be good. If I take the bishop, he takes with the knight. Take with the rook, he takes with the knight, take with the queen. So I've got to take with the bishop. Why don't I just take the queen? He takes, I take, he takes, I take. Six minutes, okay. So if I just take here, take, he's got two rooks, and I take, and I've got a rook and two minor pieces. That looks pretty good. If I take, he takes, I take, and if he captures, I capture back there, so that's pretty good. If I take, he takes, I take, rook takes, wait, take, capture, take, knight and a bishop versus the rook. I don't like it. I mean, I do like it. What about this queen here? Queen here. If he takes, take. No. I'm taking the bishop. I'm taking the bishop. Okay, I gotta be careful of some checkmates here. I could just take. No, I gotta be very careful here. Yeah, this board moves real games. No, so taking the other one to win the pawn resulted in, so if the rook was here and I won this pawn, the rook could have come down, check. I would have had to have blocked, and then the knight would have come down and I would have had to move the king, and then that would have come in for checkmate. Thank you for the likes, thank you for the follow. All right, I'm at 3 minutes. So I do need to speed up a little bit here. I have taken a little bit of time on this one, so if I need to speed up, I can always just take control on the computer if the moves are going too slow on the board, but we'll see how we go. Look, I wouldn't expect. Why not give a check? I don't see the point in giving a check. If we give a check, then it just gives him free move. 3 minutes. I think that's a mistake, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't think attacking the pawns would have been the ideal way. Had to take care of the back rank issues first. Thank you for the follow. Definitely going to do the rook trade. My pawns aren't ideal, but my king is that little bit closer to the center. Yeah, no, I'm not a huge gambit person. Blair, welcome. Yes, today I think we're going to go for games to start with. See how that goes. And then we might get into some puzzles later. By the way, guys, if you're just joining, I do stream twice a week. He's letting me separate the pawns. Take, there. I mean, that looks good to me. Oh, okay, it doesn't look good. Take there, push there, push. Hey. Go back, he goes there. There might be something here still. Push it there. Move back there, take there. 2 minutes. There, take there, back, take there, and then push down. And then the moment he comes over here, I go there. Oh, I completely miscalculated something right there. Oh, that's so bad. I, for some reason, thought he was just going to jump in and go straight for that one. Now, if I go... I think this is over now. If I go here, he goes here. I go here, he goes here, and then I go here. Like, that's worth a try. And now we've trapped his king. And now it's a case of, can we put him in Zugzwang? So I got to be precise here. If I push here and he goes here, so if I push here and he goes here and then I go here, okay. But he's always got this push here. This is a case of I really need to win in the beginning of the game, Otherwise, I fall apart in the endgame. If I go here, he takes, I go back, he goes king there and there. I push, he takes. Just take. Unfortunately, this was a bad warm-up game, but it's fine. It's fine. If he pushes now, I just resign. Okay, so he goes here instead. So once he pushes here, I think this is resignable now. There's not much I can do there. Let's have a quick look at the review. I think that was drawn all the way up until I made that terrible decision over here. Yeah. So here looking good. If that was a mistake, and then I did a mistake. Completely not noticing that. Still good. And yeah, somebody said push the pawn. That's what I should have done. But yeah. A good game to start with, but a bad result. Oops. Oh, cancel, 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 cancel. I want to set the board up first before I start a new game. Yeah, going up with the king. I mean, I think my puzzle rush has proved that I don't know endgames, and I think my playing the endgames proves that I don't know endgames. I think that's definitely an area like, that was a drawn position. So had I have known my endgames, I wouldn't have lost a bunch of rating points then. All right, let's get another game going. All right, we're black. Damn, yeah, 44 and then 64, that's tough. Definitely not used to them taking the pawn, taking the knight on c6. I'm not used to that move either. That's a It's a different move. How long do you spend on the puzzles to get to 64? What a strange little pawn island I've just gathered. I mean, let's defend it. Oh, was that a mistake? Wow, I am... Oh, that's not really a mistake because the queen is defending it. So if he comes down, I can take. But I completely missed that, so... Yeah, around 2 hours, that's a good, like, it means that you're giving it a good crack. No, this was not chess 960. Just regular, good old-fashioned, normal chess. Oh, I'm stuck in this moment where all of my games seem to be, to my knowledge, being played perfectly, and it's pretty much coming down to a breaking point of who cracks first. And I feel like most of the times it's me. That last game was a good example. It's just making it very difficult to play this game. But you know what? The other person actually cracked before I did in the last game. I just didn't take advantage of it. I mean, that looks good to me. It's going to be another game that simplifies. But does it look good? He's attacking my bishop as well. He's going to get his rook in. I think that's okay. Oh, very nice. That's a tough. Thank you for the follow. And what rating is your friend to get a checkmate by castle? I'm not going to worry about that threat over here. I'm sure it can do something, but I'm sure I've got ways to stop it as well. So I'm not too concerned. No, I mean, at 1500, they shouldn't be putting themselves in a position where it's like that. I should know I'm going to be 1500 shortly. I'm just drawn to this conflict here. Maybe I should have pushed that instead, because if he goes over here, where does his rook go? And the reason I didn't do that, yeah, is because he could take that pawn. He's giving me a pass pawn. That's pretty good. If he trades rooks, then I can take back with the pawn and protect that pass pawn. And then, so if he goes here, I can go back, and then I can get the queen up here and go for that. Favorite openings for white would be the Roy Lopez, and for black, I just prefer not to be black at all. No, for black, it's a it's tough. It's like I just can't find an opening to play. I seem to have struggles with all of them. So right now against e4, I'm just playing e5, just e5, and yeah, e5, and just hope for the best and just see where the game takes me. If I play the Roy Lopez or Italian game, it's like, okay, cool. Can you play? You can always send me a friend request on chess.com. Username is Wiggy, WHIGGI. I did try playing the Sicilian Dragon as black, but oof, I just kept falling for silly ideas in the opening. Maybe I'll give the dragon a go a little bit later today. This has to be good for me, right? If he takes with the queen, I take back, and then I can secure the pawns. This has to be good. And if he takes with the pawn, well, that's okay too, I guess. So I'm hoping he takes with the queen. That takes away any chances he has of doing anything tricky, and I've got a passed pawn. Not only do I have a passed pawn, after he takes, I'm going to push these two and secure the pawn. That feels good. think I want to push... I want to push this one first. And the idea behind this is, if he ever gets anything going with this, I can always capture back that way. And secure them that way, push this pawn. And then push this pawn again. Yep, so he goes there. Like, I'm not expecting too much from this game. I think now I have over here, and if he defends, I can go up there. So a lot of ideas he's given me. But yeah, it's not over yet. I am half expecting him just to grab this outpost. Reason for going here is I want to push this pawn next, completely stop him from getting in here. He'll probably go here or here. If he goes there, I just push forward, that's fine. I do need to be careful of back rank. But other than that, that's fine. Now I can still push, and now maybe I can use these two pawns to get up the board. King comes over, push, king goes there, and then push. I don't know if it's a little bit too early. I feel like it's a little bit too early, but it's an idea. It's a good idea. It has to be a good idea. Thank you for the likes. Still got 8 minutes. Wrong one, wrong one. Look, I'm not sure if it was the wrong one. Push the other one, seems good too. But the idea here is on the next move I can push here. And if he goes here, I can support. And then the bishop can come up here on the other move, forcing the rook away. That was my idea here. So let's say he goes here, push, he has to block, and then come up. And then what does he do from there? Maybe he comes back here. Okay, so yeah, let me know if you think that was the wrong move. And, you know, it very well could have been. Because now I think about it, I was just looking at a rook c1, but what about rook e1? So that was my idea there. So feel free to let me know if you still think it was a bad move, and it very well could have been. But we got the win. So we can check that now. So you're saying this one is the correct move. The reason I didn't do this one was because the rook, sorry, the bishop could come back nice and quick. And then I could push, and this bishop might be able to help in some way. Let's have a look at the game review. So I feel like when he gave up his rook, that's when the game started going downhill. So it's a little bit before. Didn't like my pawn push. Didn't like my rook, and definitely didn't like his rook. And yeah, so it already started going downhill a little bit. All right, and now the question is, which pawn do we push? They're both good. They're both good, so that's not a problem either. But this one here is winning as well. So yeah, I think both good. No problem there. Let's see if I can set the board up again. I mean, yeah, it said the other one was best, but I mean, I think they were both good. So can't really see an issue with either of them. No, he couldn't have, like, you know, they were both winning. They were both, there was really no change to the eval bar on either of those. So if we go, if we go all the way here, the eval bar's at 4.4. Still at 4.4. And if we go the other way, it's like 4.3. So like it's 0.1. It's 1/10 of a pawn difference in value. So I wouldn't really dismiss my idea. I think it was fine. High five. High five. Should we test out if the victory song is working today? Let's test it out. Let's see if the victory song is working. Doesn't look like my victory song is working. That's a shame. Alright, should we get back into another game? I think we should get back into another game. Alright, we're white. This is the one opening that I hate to play against. It's just why. Funny thing is, I hate to play against this opening. Yes, this is the Chessnut board. Not thinking of weak moves, I'm worried about simple moves, that's a headache. Yeah, for sure. I find that people who play this opening, though, play very, very aggressively. So, we'll see how we go. Look, eval bar can be deceptive, but I think both of those moves were correct. Oh, thank you for the follow. Oh, we're already at 3K likes as well. I think that's a lot better than what we had yesterday. Speaking of yesterday, I am streaming 2 times a week. So if you do want to hit follow, I do plan on bumping it up to 3 times a week soon. Haven't decided which day I'm going to do that on yet, but yeah. Yeah, engine analysis can be very very funny. It's like sometimes it's telling you something really good, and other times it's telling you stuff that is just simply way off what humans will be playing. So it's interesting. Well, thank you for the followers and the likes. Yeah, if you want to play me, go ahead and add me as a friend on chess.com. The name is Wiggy, WHIGGI. And yeah, then we can have a look at the challenge later. Yep, you'll have to add me. I can't add people because, as you can see, I'm not sitting at a computer. I'm sitting at a board. So, yeah, if you want to add me, go ahead and add me. So it appears as though my opponent has disconnected. So for anyone watching, the board I'm using is Chessnut Move. I do have a website set up if you want to check that out. I do have reviews on this board and other boards over on my channel. So you can check out any board on there, and you can head over to my channel and check out any reviews. And I also do tutorials on how to get better using these boards. Gremlin, thank you for the follow. Okay, so he disconnected, now he's back. Oh, yep, I got the invite. Do I want to trade his dark squared bishop for my knight? That's the question. Probably not. How long have I been playing chess for? I got into it about 5 years ago, after a big break from when I played as a junior. You know what? I think I do want to trade. So if he takes, I take, king comes up here, defends these. I got to go for something, yep. And I get the bishop pair out of it too, which is nice. Okay, that did nothing but help my bishop, so I'm happy with that. Next I plan to push the pawn up and then get the queen out of the pin. Now it's a very obvious what I'm going for there, but I don't care. If you think this board is insane, you should see what else it can do. Right now I'm just playing games. Yesterday and later on today I'll be doing Puzzle Rush on it. You can hook it up to, I think you can hook it up to Chessbase as well. Chessable, you can hook it up to Chessable. So yeah, there's a lot of different options. I have done a lot of videos on different ways to use this board, and I'll be doing some more in the future. So if you want to see any of that, check out my channel. Hello, Chessbase Hub. Okay, this just makes my move look natural. Obviously going for that, but by pushing the pawn forward, it kind of disguises a little bit if he's not paying attention that I'm stopping it from going there. Now, obviously, I think he's trying to go there, which would be fine too. If he goes there, I can come up here. And then if he goes here, I don't think I can take. But if he goes here, I can still come up here and then later on go here. But yeah, right now, not too much going on in this game. I don't think we need to correct you, chess photography. I think we're all in agreement there. Yeah. I mean, I'm still going to get the queen off that pin. And then maybe put this knight on this little temporary outpost here. Didn't think about that. Yeah, that's a mistake. Well, I guess I just come back then. Come back, he takes, I take. Yeah, that's fine. Had to get rid of that pin eventually anyway, so, but maybe moving the queen to d2 first might have been better, but then that blocks in the bishop, so I can't really decide. But I'm still liking my position a little bit better here. Go here, he pushes up, and then I come back. Oh, what is that? What is that? I don't like that. guess I have to block. Or I could defend with the king, but I think the king is a bit dangerous. So I'll block for now. Yes, you can. You can voice activate it. I'm not using the app right now, so I can't voice activate it. But if you use the app, you can talk to the app, and the app will move the pieces. Uh, 15 plus 10 is what I'm playing today. We're getting down to another rook endgame. I think we need to practice the rook endgames because the majority of my games lately have been finishing in rook endgames. Now, if he takes, I'm going to take back with the rook, and this is probably a bad idea because it's leaving an isolated pawn in the middle. But my logic behind it was to keep control of this file, but takes. I can't move the rook yet because the pawn is hanging, so I'll have to go over here. I can attack this pawn, defend that one, and then get the rook in. Not ideal. I mean, if given the time, maybe a rook lift. But he's just going to defend, so I don't know if investing time in a rook lift is really the way to go. Okay, just had to double check. Goes across here. Yep, and then take. Sorry, I put the rook here, of course. And then take. It's all good. Probably get my king off the diagonal too. I think might be the way to go. I mean, I've got silly tricks. Move back, he takes, I take, and he takes, and then I go up here. But I don't like relying on hopeful tricks like that. But maybe I don't like relying on tricks like that. Because there's a check, that's why I don't like relying on it. So maybe I need to move the king out of the way first. Yeah, make sure you do. It's, oh, okay, what's going on here? So, it wants to come down. Yeah, he's running down to c2. Now I can put a stop to that straight away. Looking for tricks here. Thank you for the likes. Oh, what is that? That's because I moved my king up there, damn. Yeah, look, playing Blitz on this board is not going to be a good experience. It'll be alright, but I wouldn't say I'd want to be playing Blitz on this board, no. Because you got to wait for their moves, it can be a little bit tough. I definitely play with an increment. It's an interesting one. I could push the pawn. I could push the pawn, or I could take his pawn. I take his pawn, he takes my center pawn, I get the A pawn, and I've got two passed pawns. Should have pushed. I've got 2 minutes left. I think we'll see. We'll see. He could just take a draw here. It looks like he's going to take a draw. And that's a draw. Another game where I think it was just even the whole way. I think I made a few mistakes towards the end there. Pushing the e5 pawn. Let's have a look and see if that was a move or not. The idea, block him off here. And then queen here. Defends the pawn. I'm watching over this. And then the king's going to come in and take it anyway. So I think pushing the pawn wasn't the right idea. And somebody said rook takes is a mistake. I don't know. My question is who is winning here? Like, you would feel like this would be it's a fast pawn. Push here, push. Here. Oops, not there. Not there. Check. 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 Oh, well. I'm sort of making up moves here. There could have been ideas like that as well. Let's check out the game review. Look at that. Even the whole way. 94. I don't know if you guys can see that. 94 to 95.6% the whole way. I don't get it. I don't get it. How do I climb rating points when all of my opponents are playing perfectly? Who are you? He's been around for like almost as long as I have. It's just been consistent the whole time. What a grind. So yeah, very hard to get ahead with games like that. Chess photography. What was your name again? No, you need to tell me your name so that I can challenge you. I don't know if it's a true measurement. If you've got somebody who hasn't played in a long time, then, you know, their rating is going to be very unreliable. So you can't really just say, well, it's a true measurement because if everyone played consistently, then yeah, it would be good. But a lot of people ask me what my ELO is, and you got to remember that you're playing on all different platforms. Everything is different. The highest I've got to was 1941. Yeah, 1941, then unfortunately everything sort of came crashing down. But 1941 was the my peak. Oh, my computer just made like a weird sound. I was like, what's going on? Everything seems to be still going. What am I doing for time? 8 minutes left. All right, good game. That was a tough one. I don't think there was anything I could have done that game to win. And then I just blundered the pawn at the end. So that was a tough one. But I made a lot of mistakes. Yeah, castling was a bit of a weird one. I don't normally do that. Let's have a look. What else did I do wrong? How do I get back to the... Okay, so the castling just set me up for a very bad spot. I guess that pawn is what came to the end, wasn't it? Yeah, and then I just completely missed that there when I moved that pawn. Better. Yeah. And I didn't want to go here, even though that was actually best. That just can't be. Yeah, that's what I saw. And I was like, that can't be winning because the king is just over here defending 2 pawns. As soon as he moves away, it's undefended, this king gets out here. So, good game. Alright, let's reset the board. I'll be back in a sec, just gonna get some water. Yeah, all of these moves were pretty much instant. Mine was just like taking forever to find. So, yeah, I think towards the end there is like, you know, with little time, I'm bound to blunder eventually. All right, let's get another game going. All right, black. So that's... What is that? 1 draw, 1 win? No, 1 loss, 1 win. And then another loss. Feeling aggressive. Yeah, that's fine. What am I up against here? That's not even what I'm up against. I don't even know what I'm doing. This could transpose into a bit of a King's Indian defense. Okay, what is that? This game's too hard, man. Way too hard. I don't know what my puzzle rating is. They changed the puzzle rating system, and now whenever I log on to puzzles, they've got like some weird map, and I don't know what. Where do I put the promo code on the site? At checkout. So when you get to checkout, put in the code Wiggy, and you'll get the savings from there. I don't know what my puzzle rating is. Once upon a time, I got it up to 2,992. And I just needed one more puzzle at quick speed to get to 3,000. I was done. And then it crashed. I can't be the plan. I'm going with a different plan. You see the normal puzzle rating where your stats are. Oh, we'll check it after the game. It's probably somewhere around 2,000 or something silly like that. Maybe I should try and get the puzzles up today. Because I'm having no luck with the ratings. So what they did with it was they used to reward being quick. If you did your puzzle really quickly, you got more points. If you did it really slow, you got less points. But if you lost, no matter what, you lost the same amount of points. Forgot to put my laptop on charge. That could have been a disaster. Okay, so yeah, they changed how it was done, and now I think you just get the same regardless of what happens. Yeah, is there a way to do the puzzles without doing that silly the map with the coach that tells you how to do everything? Because I tried doing puzzles last night, and it was just a case of it kept giving hints, and I don't want hints. Unless there's somebody specifically at the board telling me how to play when I'm playing in tournament games, I don't want hints giving away answers. That's not going to help. That's not going to help improvement in any way. Unfortunately, I think I've lost this game too. Oh, okay, good. Because, yeah, the coach is really annoying giving hints like that. I don't want hints. I don't know anyone who does want hints. Yeah, I've got the woodpecker system, and I might actually do the woodpecker on this board. It seems like a bit of fun. I've only done the easy part of the woodpecker, but yeah, it was good. I don't know if it's great, but it's good. Yeah, I think it's definitely a different puzzle system now as to what it used to be. Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible. I am ashamed by that. What just happened there? I wasn't even paying attention. Just, oops. Okay, I guess the only move I had here was to take, so that's losing anyway. So if we go back a few extra moves, so it goes here, and I took here. If I take here instead, and this still doesn't work. It goes in there. What do we got here? It's just all bad, isn't it? Just here. Yeah, that was terrible. Let's have a look at the game review real quick. Maybe next game we can focus a little bit. That was an 1800. That wasn't too bad. Look at that. Just, I know it's a short game, but I'm just playing everyone with high accuracy today. Pretty much drawn here. Good push by him. Oh, okay. I mean, if I had have even noticed that threat, maybe that would have been a consideration, but I didn't even consider it. All right, let's go one more. Oh, let's just set up the board first before I start a new game. Makima, did you want a game? Let's have a look at my puzzle rating. Where's my puzzles at? Stats. Puzzles 46. Puzzle rating 1923. So I think if I do more puzzles. See, I don't know if we can see that correctly on the stream. Let's have a look. I don't like this stuff at the side. It's very annoying. I just want regular puzzles. I don't want this, makes it feel like I'm playing an Android app. On black to move. Oops. We'll see if we can solve this puzzle here without knocking everything over. And now you said I can turn it off. Classic mode, okay. I don't want to be advised. Show mistake feedback. No. Show hidden. No. And show timer. No. Alright. That just looks like a push. So yeah, we'll just do a few puzzles and shake off the bad playing that I've been doing recently. The pieces have wheels, no ghost. So yeah, got it synced up with the website. So this one here, if we take there, he goes here. If we go here, protecting that, he can't go here because the bishop has got that covered. I think that's a go. Terrible. Yeah, didn't calculate that one the whole way. Disappointing. Alright, I think we'll do a puzzle rush. Just because it's a little bit of fun. And I'm just... Terrible day of losing games today. Where am I at? 1743. Here's my all-time. 1941. So I'm almost 200 points lower than my peak. Oh, 1944. I am 201 lower than my peak. That's So yeah. I think I'm gonna need to get a new opening repertoire. Wait, if I go here and he goes back, and then I go here, then he goes here. I'm looking at this wrong. There it is. I was just looking at that all wrong. Oh. Okay. At number 20, so let's connect the board. Nice. I'm wondering why I don't see this puzzle. Usually I get them pretty quick. It's black to move. Alright, that's a bit better. Yeah, 20 to 30 can be mostly pretty good, but they'll chuck in a few weird ones here and there. this one's white to... This one's black to move. Remove the defender. Yeah, no, I fall into the same trap there. Sometimes between 40 and 50, it's like, you know the answer. It's screaming at you. But then you find something else which is a little bit interesting and you start to doubt yourself. Black to move. But yeah, we'll see if we can go from a nice little losing streak to maybe getting some good puzzles instead. This is a good one. Yeah, and then you know, it's not easy streaming too, because there's a lot of people who see it straight away and they just want to tell you, like, what are you doing? Just play the move. And then sometimes you play the move and it turns out the move was completely wrong. But yeah, it's yeah, I think it's good to it's a good habit to take your time, find the correct moves. What an interesting puzzle. Absolutely. So I try to not look at the chat when I'm trying to solve the puzzle, because I mean, it doesn't really do you any good if somebody else gives you the answer. White to move. If only that pawn on d5 wasn't there. A little bit stuck on this one. So yeah, the whole purpose is to try and get better. So by getting the answers, that's why I encourage people, if they do find the correct answer, not to just blurt out the whole line in chat, but rather talk about the idea. So instead of just giving everyone the answer and then no one learns anything, you tell them a little bit about it, like, hey, this one's a fork, or this one's a checkmate, or this one's a discovered attack. Yeah, I don't know why people would bother using the engine. Just for anything, like, what's the point? I'm missing something in this puzzle, so I'm looking at rook takes bishop, pawn takes bishop, queen takes pawn. Ah, there it is. Rook takes bishop, check. Pawn takes, and then queen to h8. There it is. Yeah, I knew I was missing some key point there. White to move. So I'm definitely looking at the a takes knight, but then queen takes rook. I'm not seeing the follow-up. I'm also looking at bishop f5 check. Blocks with bishop, takes bishop, king moves. Ah, okay. So bishop f5. If he blocks with the bishop, you can take the bishop, the king takes, and then queen to g4 check, forking the knight and the king. If he doesn't take, so bishop f5, bishop blocks, bishop doesn't block, he just moves, then you can take the pawn. This is good. I don't know if I've got it right in the right move order, but bishop to f5, check, so he blocks, take, king takes, king's now here instead, and then queen up here for check, and hits the knight and then wins the knight. Bishop f5, queen takes, you obviously take, that's fine. And bishop f5, let's say the king moves, now take, and the queen can't take because of the discovered attack. Check, and then queen comes over here. I think that's right. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to actively chase down people who have dodgy puzzle ratings, but maybe they do. Yeah. Who knows? Who knows what they do there? They could be all different black to move. Welcome, Teddy. Yeah, I think, look, if you're faking your puzzle ratings, I mean, nice flex, but come on. Black to move. All right, well, the king's open. I mean, my only gripe with chess.com is they don't do enough to stop cheating in general. Puzzles, yeah, I can't blame them for not really focusing on puzzles, because the only person you're hurting is yourself. But when it comes down to cheating against other people, that's when you are actually affecting somebody else. So yeah, they should definitely focus their time on stopping cheaters in games. But as far as like how they do it, I don't think they do enough. I'm missing a detail here. I'm missing something very important. Now, the king is open. So my idea of sacrifice and then check, then he goes back. It doesn't really work because then the queen just comes down and then the rook will come down, and that just doesn't look good. Check here was another one I looked at. And of course, if he goes over here, then it's just checkmate. But if he goes here, the rook comes over, that's good. So that leaves here. But then he goes up here, and then we block, and I'm not seeing it. Okay, I may have found it. But I'm not sure if I've found it yet. 28, level 28. Yeah, it's a learning tool, so I don't think they're really going to worry about it. I mean, there's definitely worse ways to go about it out there. Check, and then queen up here. Rook moves, the position changes now because we've got a skewer. Check. Moves across. Check. Comes up. Take the rook. But I'm still worried about stuff. Maybe not. Maybe that's just it. Yeah, that's the thing. Like I've lost a lot of elo, but I'm expecting a little bit of it to come back somewhere. That's how you get your rating up. You win and lose equally, and then occasionally a cheater gets banned, and the ratings you lost will push you up. Okay, I was hoping the puzzle would continue for a few more moves after there. Because I was hoping that it would sort of pop out. Now look at the difficulty difference in that last puzzle to this one. That was a 1500 puzzle, but I would say that was a little bit more challenging. And this one here, it's going to be like a 1650, but I've already solved it before the board is done setting up. How's the music, by the way? How's the audio sounding with the music? Since you were here yesterday, you'll be able to tell me if it was a little bit different, if it's nice, or if it sounds a bit weird, or if it's too loud. That's a big one too. White to move? I don't know. It's just a fork, yeah? Sounds good on Twitch. Good. Yeah, perfect. Bit of chill vibes. Hasn't helped my playing, but it's got to be a fork, right? Now it's this move here. Well, yeah, that's the idea. People are watching, and the music's chill, and they fall asleep, and I get more viewers. So by the end of the stream, there should be like 50 people all sleeping, who just fell asleep with their phone in their hand, and I can just keep going with the extra views. That's the idea. Now, these are the two options I have. One of them is right, and one of them is wrong. And my instinct is to simply go here, and then I realize that's check. So there's one option, which must be that one. And that's how we do it. All you got to do is find the two moves and then realize that one's not allowed, and then there's your answer. White to move. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's a nice little checkmate here. I've solved this one. I'm just going to be back in a moment, so I'll give people a chance to solve it, and feel free to shout it out if you've got it. Yeah, so this one's simply queen takes bishop. Then we give him a check and we put him in a little mating net. Well, this one looks like remove the defender. And then the pawn can get running, so that's all good. White to move, yep. This is a nice puzzle too. A little bit of a bishop sacrifice here. Do I play on chess.com? Yeah. Paragon, were you here earlier? We were playing on chess.com. Or are you asking someone else? Yeah, we've had about 5 games on chess.com and the last one was awful. A very, very bad game by me. Black to move up to level 34. So straight away I look at queen d4 check, but that doesn't do anything. Knight b4. I don't really like knight b4 either. Let's break it down. Checks. We've got queen to d4. Only check. Captures. We've got queen takes bishop. No good. We've got queen takes knight. No good. We've got knight takes pawn. Knight takes pawn. Knight takes pawn. Somewhat good. So if we were to go queen d4, king h1, knight takes pawn, we've got a pin, but it's still not good enough because, well, I don't know. c4 I looked at, c4 and then bishop e2 doesn't really do much either. So checks, captures, threat. So we got h6 as a move, but I don't really see what it achieves. So here's the promising move I've got right now. Check, moves, knight takes pawn. He can't capture because the queen would take. Check, moves, knight takes pawn. And it threatens the queen, so the queen has to move back. So that's not too bad. I mean, it's something. But I don't think it's good enough. We are up a piece. So maybe it's just extending that lead. I don't know. Is it that wrong to be incorrect at level 34? Flap, not at the moment. Kind of on a big losing streak. So just doing some puzzles for now. Just check and take the pawn. I feel like that's the move. Excuse me. Did my board turn off while I was away? Am I in check? No. Why is my board not responding? That's alright. Let's go here. And then that was what I said next. And then, oh, I don't think it's connected. There we go. That's why it's not. That was a bad puzzle, man. I don't like that puzzle. Why is my board not connecting? Let me just... Sometimes the app that I use dropped out. But yeah, that was not a... I don't think that was a good puzzle. I feel like there's definitely better puzzles that could have been done there. Oh. That's one thing that's good about the board though. I can let it set up and I can go for a walk and have something to eat. Interference. Welcome back to 2400. Okay, so for this one, the instinct is to block with the knight and then run the pawn. The problem is, block with the knight, bishop up here, pawn runs, bishop over here. But what if move, but then he goes here. So maybe blocking with the pawn, blocking with the knight is the way to go. The black pawn is moving down, so when having a look at these, I don't know if you can see it too well on the phone, but if the first rank is on our side, then it's white to move, and the pawns are going up. If it's the 8th rank that is on our side, then we'll be as black, and the black pawns will be going up. I mean, if I don't block it, he gets the bishop too. Oh, wait. No, if I don't block and I push the pawn, then he gets the bishop to g6. So I think I have to block. Okay, I would have expected him to move the bishop around. Oh, he was in check, that's why he couldn't. That's the key I missed there. I didn't see it was check. Looks like a mate in one. Yeah, just a simple mate in one. Okay. How are the pieces moving? They have wheels underneath them. So every piece, it's a tiny little robot. That's the piece, they connect to the board connects to chess.com, does all the moving, so I don't have to. I'm definitely more of a tactical player. The idea of being a positional player has never really occurred to me. And when I started learning how to play chess, I focused a lot on tactics rather than ideas. So, no robots under the board, just robots on top of the board. So each piece has its own set of wheels. Can I play chess on chess.com? Yes. In fact, today I played 5 games on chess.com on stream a little bit earlier. Didn't do too well, but yeah. The rating's going down. So this one here looks to me like going there would be a mistake, but taking here and threatening to promote looks good. And then when the king comes across, go here. and if he takes, take back, promote to a queen, and there should be something good coming from there. The only worry is the check, but the check doesn't really do anything after the king moves away, so that's all good. And I guess the only other worry, if he goes here, we can take, and then promote as well. So they're all good. So I can't see that being the wrong move. How do the pieces charge? So it comes with a little charging dock, and what you do is you take the piece and you put it in the charging dock, and then you charge all the pieces at the same time. For the board, I actually have it on charge right now. Just plug in a cable and you're good to go. How much is the board? If you want, my website, which will be popping up on the screen now, the board, if you use my code, $703 for the one with the wooden pieces. So if you go to that website, you can click on move, and there's two types of boards. There's one with plastic pieces, which would be around 540, and the one with wooden, if you use my code, is around 700. If you want to check out that website, I have done reviews on all the boards on that website, and I've also done videos on how to use the boards and how to get more out of them. So you can click on any of those to have a look at the boards, check out reviews, and check out on tutorials on how to use them. And thank you for the follow, CZ4R. How long does it take to charge, and what's the battery life? When I use this all day, I start getting a notification on the board after about 5 or 6 hours that it's starting to run a bit low, but it's still going. The pieces, I've never had an issue with them, using them for hours at a time. When I go live, I usually chuck my board and my pieces on charge at the same time, give them about an hour, and they're good to go. And that's right, we were solving a puzzle. Look, you don't have to buy me one as a present, but I really appreciate the gesture. But that's really, really nice of you if you're going to buy that for somebody else. Surely this is just take the rook. Yeah, definitely look into it, guys. And if you are interested, please go to my website to have a look at it. And I do have an affiliate code on there, which will help support me on this channel. So check out the website. I've done reviews on them, and I got a nice little discount code on there for you as well. Well, this one's a great board, but there's also the Chessnut Pro, which is another one that I really like too. And I was actually going to use that today, but I'm just enjoying the pieces moving on their own. Speaking of moving on their own, I am going to, ooh, surely it's take the rook. It has to be. So the Chessnut Pro, like, is one where you have to move the pieces on your own, but it's the thing I love about that one is you can change the pieces. So here's one of the pieces that I upgraded to. I don't know if you can see that too well on there. And here's another piece that I upgraded to. And if you recognize that one, it's the FIDE World Champion set. So you've got like that flexibility to sort of change your pieces around. So definitely a lot of different options. Nerdy, welcome back. definitely a lot of different options in there as to what you can get. And yeah, check out the website. It's got a whole heap of different, but I mean, look, if you had a chestnut move and your friend had a chestnut move, that would just be a cool experience on its own. Nerdy, thank you for the rose. Everyone say thank you to Nerdy for the rose. You said KB6, NB6 would be the correct way. Thank you for the 300 likes. Oh, you were up to 3.6k likes. Yeah, so NB6, knight B6, it's the move I'm looking at. And then king to B8. And then what? Instead, it could be bishop takes b6, attacking the queen, skewering the rook. So if pawn takes, then you've got pawn to a7. So this one's a bit of a tough one. GG, thank you for the likes. So somebody asked about the battery test, and Paragon just said moving the king around the board is crazy. I actually did a video where I filmed the king moving around the board to test its battery life. And I did it on a little bit of a time lapse, so it was a bit quicker. But yeah, my camera ran out of space on it and battery before the king did. So yeah, a couple of hours of the pieces non-stop moving around. It's going to be fine. Cigar, thank you for the likes. 4.2. And Cigar, thank you for the likes. All right. Yeah, so if knight takes pawn, the king's not going to d7. Can't, because it would be in check. So knight takes pawn, king moves. Now, if knight takes pawn and pawn takes knight, then you can go a7, which is good. So knight takes, pawn takes, push. And the only way to stop it from promoting is to actually go here. And then a push, and then takes, takes, takes. It's actually not that good. You've lost a knight. Instead, bishop here, takes, push, and now if king goes here, do we have something? This is a hard puzzle. Doesn't look like it's enough. Check, here, and then back. Doesn't look like it's enough. Maybe it is. Check, here, back, no. But what if the queen takes your pawn when you go to a7? Then you take with the rook. So if we go one of these two, oh sorry, we'll go knight here, pawn takes, pawn pushes, queen takes, rook takes, because the knight is moved out of the way. So if we go here and he pushes and we go here, then he takes and the knight is in the way. Yeah, I'm definitely leaning towards knight takes pawn. Late night viewers over in the States. Yeah, I do try to get online a little bit earlier because, yeah, there's a lot of people from the States who like watching. I think it's hitting close to midnight. Thank you for the follow, James. Yeah, I think it's hitting close to midnight over in the East Coast. See, I'm almost certain that it's knight takes b6. I just don't know why. And if I don't know why, then I wouldn't play it in a tournament game because I don't know what I'm doing. So, knight takes, pawn push, king here. And you've given up a knight just for a pawn, and that pawn's not going to be able to safely promote. Is it already 2:30 in the East Coast? That's right, there was daylight savings as well. You guys pushed your clock forward, didn't you? Dovetail mate. What's a dovetail mate? I've heard of it before, but I don't remember what it is. Yes, since I already have experience with FIDE, do I know how it works with later getting a title? So there's different titles. There's Grandmaster, which is the top title apart from World Champion. So Grandmaster, you have to get a FIDE rating over 2500, and you also have to win 3 GM norms, which means you have to perform incredibly well 3 individual times at a tournament with people who are over a certain rating. Now, IM, I believe, is 2400. And they also have to get IM norms. And then FIDE Master, you need to get a rating over 2300. Candidate Master, you need to get a rating over 2200. So those are the ratings. So Candidate Master, any ways to stop King D7? Yeah, put your knight on B6. Oh, Arizona never changes. That's interesting. I did go to Arizona years ago. It was really nice. But yeah, so Makima, that's I hope that answers your question. Now, okay, so WCM will be a little bit easier. So I just mentioned all of the other titles, which are open categories. WCM will be a little bit lower. I don't know if it's 2000 or 2100 to get to WCM. Now, very important part here is, depending on where you live, you might be able to get a WCM title even, I don't want to say easier, but without hitting that rating requirement. And there's a something known as a soft title. Now, because I'm in Australia, we don't have many players here. And because we don't have many players, we don't have many tournaments. And because we don't have many tournaments, plus we have so few players who are always playing together, our ratings rarely change. I could play in a tournament and then train all year, go back to that tournament, play the same person who's the same rating, who also trained all year, and neither of us will get a, our rating will barely change. So it's very hard for us to get to 2200. Now, in Australia, they have a oceanic zonal, which means it's a tournament where you play in. If you score enough points in that tournament, you get your soft title. So I played in a zonal a few years ago, and I needed, I think, 5 points to get my soft title, and I got 4.5. So I missed out on my soft title by half a point. Now, if I had have got that soft title for Candidate Master, all I would need to do is get my FIDE rating to 2000, and I would be awarded the Candidate Master title. You live in Germany, I don't think you would be eligible for the zonal soft titles. I feel like Europe has a fair few players, so you might have to go the other route of getting the WCM title through rating. All right, what are we doing? Are we doing knight b6? I think everyone is saying knight b6. I'm even thinking knight b6, but I don't know how to get past it. And push, but then king d7. And then what? My highest yesterday, I think we got to 59. No. Faves, thank you for the likes. You should definitely be proud of that. Winning against a CM is a great moment. I actually, when I played in that zonal tournament, I actually played somebody who was going for the CM title, and all they needed to do was get their rating to 2000. And it was the first round of the tournament. They were like 1960, and I managed to win. And yeah, it was very disappointing. He ended up getting his CM title a few months later, but he did have to go and play in more tournaments because he fell just short of winning that rating that he needed. Swift is a puzzle, man. That's so difficult. But yeah, what's your FIDE rating at now? If you're going for the WCM title, where are you at right now? Yeah. So you think push and then queen a6. So if we push, he goes here, queen a6, and he can even block. He can even go there. Not that he wouldn't really want to, because if we've got the queen here and the pawn here, and the pawn goes forward, rook takes, queen takes, rook takes. What? Queen here, push, rook takes, queen takes, rook takes, rook takes, and we got one rook, two rooks, and two bishops versus two bishops and a rook and a queen. Oh no, sorry, and a queen. Yeah, okay. A7 here. Queen a6. If he blocks, bishop takes. I think everyone's saying queen a7. Sorry, a7. So we're going to go for it. What is that? That's a very surprising move. Now queen a6 makes complete sense, because even if he goes here, which he has to, then we've got bishop here. So that was a I didn't expect him to go b7. I thought d7. Can I go into analysis and check out d7? Absolutely. So let's just finish this one off. Let's open that one up and figure out why. Can we see that okay? I think we can. Oops. So what was the move that they played? Let's just say it was that. Okay, so take, push, and then here. And then the next move is still queen a6. I mean, it just gets a little bit deep there, but it doesn't really yeah, it doesn't really clarify why. So Makima, what's your rating at? If you don't mind sharing. Black to move. The rating difference is very strong in this one. You know, the last puzzle, we were on that for ages, and this one here, yeah, you should definitely be looking at it more deeper. And yes, it's a checkmate in one, so the rating difference, it's huge. Guys, don't forget, if you're tuning in, hit follow. I will be streaming multiple times a week, and I also do review and tutorial videos over on YouTube, so feel free to check that out. All right, black to move. Is this checkmate in 2? Oh, no, it's not checkmate in 2. Is it checkmate in 3? And the crowd goes wild. Mate in 3, queen only is correct. So, come back. Oh, it doesn't show. Cigar, thank you for the likes. We're at 4.6. Can we get to 5K? I'm going to do it. Everyone smash that button. Smash it. Let's get it to 5K. I don't know why, but it's a nice number. All right, white to move. This one's not immediately clear. Yes, it is white to move. Okay. A little bit complicated, but I think I got it. Thank you for the likes, and we're at 5K. You can take a break. Queen to H5? Did you mean Queen H4? It's not Queen to H4. That's not what I got. I got something different. I got a skewer. We got over on Twitch, they're saying mate in 1. I don't even see a checkmate here, so I'm gonna. Oh, I do see a check. Knight to G7 or knight to D6, but they don't look appealing. No, I'm looking at bishop to E3. And that should be comfortable enough to win the game. We're going to be black to move again. Like, I just love f5, attacking the queen. And if the queen moves away, this pawn is under fire. It's a nice check. Yeah, I'm liking it even more. Once it moves up, it opens up for the bishop as well. But I'm not entirely convinced. Do you mean rook to e3? Rook to d3. Rook to d3 is interesting as well. It attacks the knight. Yeah, rook to d3 is actually it's actually very interesting. So we've got two candidate moves here to choose from. Rook to d3 attacks the knight. They defend, and then it attacks the queen. And then the queen moves somewhere, and then you get a discovered attack on the queen. So rook to d3 actually looks incredibly strong. Let's check material. It's equal on material. So rook to d3 actually looks very good. And if they take, we take. I'm really liking rook to d3. Rook d3, and let's say the queen moves back. You can take, or you could even take with the so rook d3. Knight here, then you can take, and then you can take. Okay, so what happens after f5, rook takes f5? Okay, let's calculate knight c4. So rook d3 and then knight to c4. Well, that would be knight takes knight. And then queen takes... okay. So yeah, I think we're back to f5. So knight here. We win a pawn. And then the bishop is under attack. Knight f3 check, knight takes knight. I don't think that. I don't think. I don't think giving a check straight away is the way to go. Knight f3. Knight takes knight. Extra defender on the pawn as well. Yeah, yeah. I think once looking at rook d3 and then knight here attacking the queen, and it's defended. I think f5 just makes more sense. So, Makima, I think that's exactly what we were talking about before, with finding moves that look good and then sort of in your 40s to 50s, talking yourself out of them. So this one, when I look at the puzzle, I'm just going to shout out the first move that comes to mind, and then that has to be the move. Okay, so the first move to come to mind is queen to h5. Queen to h5 doesn't work because there's no check. Then I look at queen to g4. That's the first move that comes to mind, the real first move. That's looking better. So queen to g4, attacks the king, wins the queen. There we go, done. So first move was here, just like quickly glancing at it. Then I realized that's not a check. Queen here, check. Now, if a king goes to either of these squares, the bishop comes up. King can't go there. King can't go here. And if he goes here, we have a fork. Oh, definitely. And Makima, like, you obviously play tournaments, so it's a case of, you know, when you get to a critical position, sometimes you have up to an hour just to think about it. So, you know, just take your time. I didn't even look at that. I didn't even look at that as a move. But, you know, check. We can't draw lines. That's all right. You understand what I'm getting at. We don't want to let him escape. So if we go here, we've got, there we go. He gets out here. If we go here, they take. If we go here, they block. Yes, so bishop f4 comes back to that idea of winning the queen, which I pointed out in the first one. I just got thrown off by the strange moves, and I started focusing on some wonderful checkmate. But yeah. Black to move. Okay, first move that comes to mind is rook f1. Rook f1 doesn't look like it's it. Yeah, I wouldn't even waste my time. Well, I have wasted my time doing Puzzle Rush, 3 minutes and 5 minutes. Like, you get to the good puzzles when you start getting challenged. And you're doing Puzzle Rush in 3 minutes or 5 minutes. What's the point if the time is just going to stop you when you get to the interesting ones? Now, first, candidate move, check. Now, you can block or you can take. And either way, I don't really see much going on here. Because they got too many blockers. Check, blocks, take, check, captures. That was another one that kind of throws me off. Now, I do like this move here, and if knight takes, that's actually checkmate because the knight is pinned, and it's like a back rank pattern. But what if the rook takes? Check. Captures. Queen comes down here, and I'm not seeing it. My queen is under attack, but that's okay, because if the queen gets captured, that's a checkmate. So that's not a problem. If they want to take the queen for an extra turn, they can. Another one I looked at was here, and then take. And I guess looking at that, I can't draw lines. If a queen gets in here, so rook takes, knight takes, how do they stop the mate? They go across, and then we've got a fork, or they move their rook somewhere. Let me have a look at that. I think it's rook takes a3. Rook takes a3, pawn takes, and then queen to a2. Looks really good. I mean, it doesn't look amazing, but it looks good. Yeah, no, we should always take our time. I forgot that. I think, yeah, I think it's rook a3. Okay. Okay. So rook to c2, they can move their rook out of the way somewhere. Even there, maybe. Rook to c2. A2. They can make an escape for the king. If I go here... and they go here, we go here. If I go here and they move somewhere. Oh, if I go here and then they come down, then I can take. If I go here and they go, let's say, across. Because I have queen e6 check. Doesn't seem that bad. That's all right. One wrong. Nobody listens to me. All right. Let's not shout out the answers too quick. Rather just the ideas. So it's black to move. All right, I think I've got it. Anyone else got it? Not yet. Maiden 32 coming. Yep. Okay. So this one wins the queen or a checkmate. Knight d4 is what I got. Check. So it gives up the game with checkmate. So the move I'm looking at here is knight f3. That's the first move I'm looking at. Knight f3 check, king moves and then take the rook. But I don't know if it's enough. Let's count the materials. So got two minor pieces, I got two minor. So materials equal. There is a fork on d3 as well. Yeah, so he will take the knight. So knight here, check. He captures, queen captures back. Then rook here, queen takes bishop. So that's not really too much of a worry. So the queen can't, the knight can't play knight h5 yet because it's pinned. So if we go here, take, knight h5, threatening checkmate. Take the bishop, the king's in check. They move somewhere, and then the queen can drop back to guard the checkmate. Boom. Now, if it was just up to me in a game, I'd just fall for the checkmate. Give it a little block. Paragon. Okay. This one here looks like a skewer. It looks like queen to g4, threatening checkmate. If they push the pawn to stop the checkmate, then you've got bishop takes d4, skewering the queen and the rook. But they don't have to block the check. So, queen here threatens checkmate, and if they block, then you've got bishop takes, attacking the queen moves, and then the rook falls. But they don't have to block the check. I mean, they don't have to block the check with the pawn, they can move their queen here, and then the attack fails. So next I'm looking at, not that, I was looking at bishop takes pawn, king takes, check, king goes back somewhere, and then attack, and then take. And that looks better to me. Yeah, so queen g3 blocks it. f3, it's not a problem. We're already up a bishop here and just down pawns. Yeah, so we can extend the lead. So bishop takes pawn. Seems really good. Can you get banned for using an engine against bots? I don't believe so. And that's why I'll always play people on stream as a rated game, because then you've got that little protection. can you get banned for using an engine during a unrated game? That's the question, and I've had people use an engine against me in unrated games and not get banned. So, Zugwang, welcome. So, yeah, I would say probably not. But again, like, why are we doing this? So my move that I'm heavily considering is bishop takes pawn. And then if king takes, queen here. And then blocks. So queen here, it actually doesn't work because the queen blocks. So you take, they take, and then you go here, and you've actually given up a bishop for a couple of pawns. Maybe just queen here is the move. And if they block, we take. They take, they can only take with this pawn here. And then attack, move, oops, move, and then pawn takes here. And black has 2 bishops and 2 rooks. So they're up a full bishop. And then for pawns, black still has these 3, white still has these. So black has 6 pawns, and black's simply up a bishop. So what about f3? So queen here. Oh, f3. Check. Or probably better is just queen takes. So queen here, f3, check. Queen takes, bishop takes, and you got a fork. So I think g4 is it. Yeah, so that was a bit of an easier one. All right, white to move. Rook to g4. Rook to g4 check. If he goes down here, that's a check. And then checkmate. Rook to g4. If he goes up here, it's checkmate. Rook to g4. He can't go here, here, or here, or here. So he's got those 2 options. So rook to g4 goes here, checkmate. Rook to g4. He goes up here. Take. Take, and then checkmate. That was incredibly easy compared to the other ones. You know what? And the interesting thing about people who use engines is a lot of the times they like to feel like they've accomplished something. And it's very strange. I've actually had people come up to me and celebrate the fact that they beat someone else, a beginner of all people. They're both beginners. and they're so confident and happy with the fact that they won a game against a beginner by using an engine. And yeah, that's just a mentality that I'll never understand. Okay, I think this one is setting up a checkmate. Just get another drink, one moment. You know what? A lot of people don't know that it's obvious. And I mentioned this yesterday. One time I was playing against somebody who was cheating, and they found a really, really, really strong move. But it's not the move that is obvious. It's a move after it. And when you look at them playing a really strong move and then they play it instantly, but they don't know why they played it. So they play it instantly. And then the next move, which is the crushing move, that's the one where they really take their time. And it's a case of, well, if you were going to find these two moves as a combination, it would have been the first move that would have been taking the time, not the second move. The second move is obvious. So I think that's where a lot of people give it away. Now, speaking of giving it away, if we give away the bishop, we win the game. So rook to d1. And if they take our sacrifice, check. And then checkmate. That's what I got from this one. It's actually really nice, yeah. So if they go here, let's say they don't take the bishop. They go here. Again, check. They block. And that's a checkmate. So I think I'm pretty confident with that one. Now, this doesn't change anything. We take, they take, check, go down, and checkmate. It's still fine. The black king is wearing a coat. I like it. He's got his little shoulder pads here. He's got his little arms going here. He's got his swag going on. All right, and that's a checkmate. Yeah, so I don't think people who use engines realize how obvious it is, which actually makes it a little bit more offensive. The fact that they think that you don't understand that they're cheating. Thank you for the likes. What if you just took the pawn back? Don't take the pawn back. All right, black to move. First move that comes to mind is rook takes h1. Second move that comes to mind is d5. Okay, so d5 doesn't work because rook takes h8. So it was a combination of the two moves It's a combination of the two moves, I guess. Rook takes h1 is correct, but it's not correct. So rook takes h1, knight takes h1, and then d5 attacking the bishop and discovered attack on the queen. The discovered attack on the queen actually traps the queen. So rook check. So they respond and then push the pawn. The attack opens up on the queen, and the queen has only one square to go. Then you take the bishop. So the queen's not trapped, but the queen's not having a good time. I think that's the answer. It's messy. So after d5, knight takes pawn, queen takes. They get the knight back and we get the bishop, and we've got 2 versus 2. Better position though. I mean, don't even need to take the knight. Push, knight takes. I feel like you should take the knight though. Yeah, so d5 was the answer. And yeah, I guess take the knight, they take the knight, and then we take the bishop, and we got 3 pieces against 2. I'm over-calculating this one. So the queen is under attack. So if knight takes e5, you lose the queen. So we've got to be careful there. Thank you for the rose. So everyone's jumping on knight e5, but let's calculate a little bit further. Knight e5, bishop takes queen, and then knight to g6, double check. Okay, knight e5, sacrifice the queen, and then hit them with a double check. They can't go there, they can't go there, they can't go there, and they can't go there. And then queen g5 check. And if f6, then rook takes e5. So check. If they go back, check, and then up here. Check, they go here, then it's check, and then it's check. I don't know, this is complicated. I'm making it more complicated than it needs to be. I'll look at the other check. Check, can't go here, can't go here, can go there, and that's checkmate. So can't go there, can't go there, can go there, check, and then check, and then queen takes, and then queen takes. Yeah. So this one's white to move. Okay. Rook takes. Check. 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 All right. So I think it's rook takes. So rook h6, let's have a look. Goes here, he pushes, go for the check, he comes up. Goes back down. Yeah, okay. So just making sure he can't get out. So check and checkmate. Ah, that's right. So push and then he goes there because this is now blocked. But push, and he goes there, then we go there. Okay, all right, that looks good. Okay, I think this one just wins a piece. So material is equal. I'll give people a moment to find it. Not knight d2. No. Knight d2 runs into rook takes knight. So yeah, it's a fork, but it's defended. Knight d2, and then queen to g5. Oh, I see. So they take, and then you've got to check, forking, checkmate. But what if they don't take? They just move their knight back. Oh, their queen back. Then you take. And then they take. And you're up 2 points in material. So what I found was knight attacking, and the only way the queen can defend is to bring the queen back so it's on the same diagonal. But now the square's opened up for the bishop to attack the queen. And again, the queen has to move, and then the knight can simply take the free bishop. But then the pawn comes up and attacks. But the queen is defended, so the knight can move away somewhere. So yeah, I'm leaning towards knight d6, but I understand knight d2 as well. That's interesting. But knight d2, so knight d2 takes, queen here threatens checkmate, and the rook. Knight jumps to here, queen takes back, and it's just an equal trade. So I think knight d6 is the way to go. Yeah. So captures, double attack, intercepts the attack on the rook and defends. So when they take, the rook, they get the safety. And it's just a trade. If knight d6, queen takes, d4. That's alright, because knight takes bishop, queen takes, and king takes. Yeah, I'm still leaning. I'm still leaning towards knight d6. Yep. And then take the bishop. That was a good one. That was a good one. If you're just joining us, guys, don't forget to hit follow. Streaming a few times a week, usually on weekends around this time and a little bit earlier. So make sure you hit follow to join. Black to move. Queen takes bishop, queen takes queen, rook takes queen, check. Rook takes rook. I feel like this is a sneaky promotion sort of tactic. Queen takes queen, rook takes queen. And then e2. Take the queen, take the queen, push the pawn. How do they stop the pawn from getting up here? They take, we take. I don't think there's any way they can stop the pawn. Yeah, I think that's it. I think queen takes queen, rook takes queen, push the pawn. Pawn's going to promote next turn. They take the rook, the knight takes, and there's no way they can stop this pawn from promoting because they can't even go up here because both the knight, they're covering it. So, yeah, look, they've got a bunch of checks, but if we take the queen straight away, even if they go here for check, we take the rook, we take the queen, they go here, we take. So they've got checks, but they're just not any good. The only other thing I can look at is here, 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 oops, and then here. That's no good for us, so here, 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 here is no good. Yeah, I'm going with queen takes queen. So my big problem with this one is these the bishop and the activity the queen has going on as well. Makes it very hard to find a good spot. So straight away I'm looking at rook up here, and then rook comes back, has to block. And then like all the ideas that I get are interrupted by the queen or the bishop. Maybe check, block, only move, and then hit it a second time. And if it takes, then you go check, moves across, and then you've got your back ring that way. Hit it a second time. No problem from the bishop or the queen. And there's an under attack. Now the queen can't fall back here because it'll be captured. So rook up here, blocks here. And then this is the next problem that I've got to deal with. Rook e6, what does that do? Rook e6, queen here. I definitely think it's rook e1 to start. There's something here, I just can't see it. Yeah, queen f5 is what I'm looking at. Queen f5, but then queen here. And the attack is blocked. Now if we go here, the queen or the king can capture. Yeah, it's one of those ones that feels really easy, but then like it just gets really, really, really difficult. I mean, we could trade. We could trade, and then we could take the rook, and then we win the pawn. Yay! I still think it's queen f5. Blocks, take, and let's say they take with the queen. No, that doesn't work because then the bishop can just move to defend. Rook takes f1, king takes f1, queen f5, queen f4 blocking the check, queen to d3 hitting the check again. That's looking interesting. So take, check, block, check. And if he moves backwards, he's running into trouble there. Yeah, that's what I think too. I think trading the rooks and then queen to f5. Yeah, I think rook f1 is the move. And then we're looking at queen to f5 as the next move. All right, so materials equal. Is g5 the move now? Simply taking advantage of the pinned piece. g5, 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 yeah. What an interesting puzzle. I would have thought queen would have gone back. White to move. I would have thought he would have blocked with the queen too. We can have a look. The 2900 puzzle. Let's have a look. So we already know how it played out. And that was the move, but let's have a look at the engine. Oh, thank you for the follow. All right, so up. Oh, wait, what was the move? Queen takes was the move. And then it was up, block, take here, and then queen comes up. So it's just like slightly worse. I did see this line. And then you've got knight here. And then you've got, what's the move then? Yeah, okay, dude. Okay. Yeah. So, we can close that one off now, and we're back to the puzzles. So, white to move. Queen to f5, and then if h6, queen to h5, checkmate. Queen to f5, king to f7, and then rook to c7, check. And if he blocks, he loses the rook. And if he goes up to the 8th rank, then queen comes back. But then there's a block. But what about if we just go here first? Cutting it off. Well, then he goes there. And checkmate is no longer possible. But it is. Because we go here. And it goes here. We go here. Did I just miss the easiest checkmate? I'm looking at all these fancy ones, and he goes here and around and all these places. Queen to e8, check. He can't go here. He can only go here or here, and there's no blocks. And then queen just comes in. But then he goes here. So I just gotta calculate that one. Yeah, so queen e8, king g5, queen to h5, king to f4. I don't see how that's winning. Thank you for the follow. So down, across, over, and then here, and then here. I don't see how that's winning. I'm going to revisit. Check here. Oh. Oh, that's good. That's good. Wow. And then over here. And then take the coin. That's a tough one for me. You know, all right, black to move. Let me just rotate the board. For those of you wondering the battery life on this board, I think I've been going over 5 hours now. And it's still going strong, but I just need to plug it in to charge when we're on white. Black to move. Is it knight e3? Knight e3 is the first move I'm going to explore. So knight e3, if he takes, rook up, check. King goes there. That's no good. That's no good. Miscalculating is one of the things I do best. Okay, so knight e3. Ah, okay. I see. So knight a3, pawn takes, rook to e2, king to f1, queen takes f3 check, and the pawn is blocking. Okay, so knight to e3, queen takes e3, rook takes queen. And I'm not sure if two minor pieces and a rook is... That rook is under attack, so knight a3, queen takes, rook takes, pawn takes, and then... Okay. Knight a3, check, check, and checkmate. Knight a3, queen takes, rook takes, and then rook takes. But knight e3, rook takes. What am I doing? Knight e3, check, queen takes, rook takes, check, move, and then take. So my only concern is, does a knight and a bishop and a rook beat a queen and a knight? There's no knight. The knight is gone. Just a queen. Knight e3. Queen takes. Rook takes. Check. Move. Or move. And then recaptures. Oh, okay. So then this must be the move. Okay. Straight away I notice that he's got no good checks, so that might be important. Just a reminder, if you haven't already done so, feel free to hit follow. If it just pawn takes pawn. Pawn takes pawn. He can't take, because that would be trouble. It's got to be something there. But pawn takes pawn. Queen takes knight. Takes knight. Takes. And then push. And he can't get there in time to stop it. I think it's pawn takes pawn. I'll be back in a minute. I think it's pawn takes pawn. So pawn takes pawn. Queen or rook takes. If queen takes, take. Queen b7. Now, I don't think so. Queen takes. Queen takes. King comes down here. Okay, it's up. I'm really looking at pawn takes. How do they stop it? If they check, I take. So that's no problem. If I take and they take, I take. That's no problem. If I take and the rook takes, then I simply push. and they can't even stop the pawn. Knight e4, king takes pawn. I'm not digging that one. And the king's got too many squares to get out. You think it's going to be the last one? So I've got to have a look at if pawn takes and king captures. Check. He goes back here. Thanks, Makima. It's got to grow those Twitch followers. Don't forget Twitter and Instagram. I do post a little bit on Instagram. That's Wiggy _YT, I think, or Wiggy YT, I can't remember. But yeah, I'm fairly new over there. Twitter, forget about it. I think I've done like 2 tweets on there and nothing happens. So oh, okay. So win the rook. Yeah, that's got to be good. It's got to be good. I'm going with the pawn move. Let's go. Can we get some likes for that one? That one was a. I don't think anyone uses Twitter anymore. I think Twitter is just filled with people who pay for Twitter to use Twitter. I won't pay for a little blue tick on Twitter, and because I don't pay, nothing gets promoted. That's a really bad business model. There we go. We got the likes. We got the likes. Wait, you're the one who said this is going to be the last one? You had the courage to doubt. Thank you for the like. Okay, let's have a look. So it's black to move. Straight away I see that my knights are forked, but I've got a fork on the queen and the rook. So my knights, the ones that usually do the forks, are forked by a pawn, which is pinned by a rook. And this knight has forks going on, and this knight is attacking an undefended piece, opening up way for the queen to come through, for the bishop sack, and then the queen goes over here, and then the knight comes back and it's checkmate, next move. Okay, so instantly white can combat this fork by going here. And then if you take, they take with check. So I'm gonna rule that fork out. What's my name exactly there? Let me have a look. Wiggy underscore YT. Don't know if that showed on there. Which platform? You're watching on Twitch. Feel free to join my 10 followers. Knight to c3. Knight to c3. Bishop takes. And then you've got to deal with this. Here. Here. What about knight here? Who takes, you take back? I'm not convinced, but I was thinking if he goes across here, queen comes up here, and how does he stop the checkmate? You know what? Could that be it? Knight takes, pawn here, queen up here, threatening the checkmate. And if the rook comes up, the rook takes. So this is what I got here. Knight takes pawn. If they take the knight with the pawn, the queen comes up ignoring everything, and it's checkmate on the next move. If the rook comes up to block, the rook comes up to take, and it's still checkmate on the next move. And if they try to block with the bishop, the knight can take, and it's still checkmate on the next move. And then the queen will come over, and then finally the rook will take the queen. Now, if we go here, and he goes here, you win a rook for a knight, and you gain a pawn. And that would leave 3 minor pieces versus 2 minor pieces and a rook. I think that's it. I'm going to go for it. I'm going to go for it. Big brain. And then I didn't see bishop f1. But but there's still got to be something there. So I'm still going to go queen to h3 and then bishop to f1. So this is what I'm looking at next. Thank you for the follow on Instagram. No, not knight d2. Knight d2 would land to rook takes queen check. So I think queen to h3 is the move I was going to go with. And then knight takes bishop, rook takes bishop, and then knight takes g3 is looking pretty good. Oh, that's disappointing, man. I mean, we got it right, so that's good. But why didn't it show us the end of the puzzle? So what did we say? We said here, here, here. And then rook comes back. And then, like, you should still be trying to finish it from here. Or is it just finishing the puzzle because it's clearly winning? I mean, material is equal. I was going to look at this move next. That's not the move. What's the move? Bishop takes. Oh, okay. Stop them from coming down there. And now queen takes it. Yeah, so I think that's just one of those ones where the puzzle just went a little bit too long and the computer just quit out of it. Which is annoying because there's a lot of puzzles where they make you play through everything. Material 1, 2, 3 versus 1, 2. So why is this fork not just good? Am I missing something here? Do I have a favorite chessboard? I have two chessboards which I really like. I'll put them up on screen now. The first one is this one here, which is the Chessnut Move. I'm really enjoying using this one for puzzles, and it's not too bad for playing games as well. And the other one on there is the Chessnut Pro. Now, I showed people earlier the reason why I like the Chessnut Pro is because of the way you can change the pieces around. So I've got different pieces for that board. Do I have a favorite chess book? This book here is easily one of my favorite books. It actually comes in a series of 9. So the orange books are considered the easy books. And then there's blue and then there's green. Now, the reason I like this book the most is because it gives you information on how to actually learn a topic. And then it actually gives you exercises to do. And then once you're done doing the exercises, it actually gives you a score, and it tells you how bad you are. And if you're too bad, it makes you go and well, it doesn't make you go. It recommends that you redo it. And I think that every good chess book should have some sort of exam where it tells you how bad or how good you did. Now, that book I wouldn't recommend to many people, unless you're already playing competitive over the board chess. I wouldn't recommend that one. But that's my favorite book. Every book is built for a different player. B over on TikTok said G5. G5 is not a move. B5? So, back to this one. Just got to figure out why that's not a move. Yes, those are the Yusupov books. I had all 9, but I feel like I've lost one of the books. And it's the one I'm working on too. So I purchased all 9 of those books, and those books took me to playing well enough to beat a 2000 rated player in a tournament, which was my personal best achievement. So yeah, I wouldn't recommend those books to anyone under 1800 chess.com rapid. I wouldn't recommend it to anyone who doesn't play competitive tournament over the board chess, because yeah, they're very difficult. Each lesson takes about 1 to 2 hours to do, and there's 20 there's 24 lessons per book, plus a test at the end of it, which is also incredibly challenging. Okay. Take, check, block. I don't know what the problem is here. There are 10 books, yes. There's also, was it another orange book? Yes, yeah. Another 6 exercises per lesson. Oh, cool, okay. Maybe I'll get that. Because I have completed the 3 orange books, scoring pretty well on all of those. Maybe I'll get that. Here's the problem with this puzzle. Okay. Take. So, take first. Probably going to take back here, and then push. How about you, DH Germany? What's your favorite book? Everyone, go ahead and put your favorite book in the chat, no matter which platform you're on. Let's hear what everyone's favorite book is. Hungry Caterpillar. I meant chess book. Okay. And what level is that aimed at? Like when I think of Capablanca's fundamentals. When I think of Laska's Manual of Chess, and yeah, he was that was a very beginner friendly, well, not beginner friendly, but very beginner to, well, it's just for everyone, I think. This should be one that we get straight away. This is your typical, something's gone wrong in the opening here. King's in the middle. Neither king looks like they've moved. I mean, they normally don't in puzzles. So I can still castle. Queen takes f2 check, definitely comes to mind. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought it would be, like a bit of an intro, but then sort of ramping it up a bit. Queen to e7. No. All right, we can get this. That's an option. Goes across. I don't see a follow-up. That's an option. Blocks. I'm not seeing a follow-up. That's an option. He moves. And then attack. So the queen goes up. Check. And take. What is that? So knight to f2, rook moves, bishop goes to g4, queen moves somewhere, and then queen goes to e5. And if they block the check, which is pretty much the only option, my piece didn't recognize when I picked it up. Haven't heard of those books. I think my board's fallen. It has. My board disconnected. Was that a sign not to make this move? I try to make the move, the board disconnects, okay. I think it's the move. I think knight takes f2, rook moves across, and then the bishop attacks the queen, and then goes for the checkmate on the next move. So, I'm gonna go with that. Oh, that's disappointing. Queen f2, king d1, and then g6. g6. So, queen f2, king here, and then g6. I don't see how that, because it can just go there. 59, not too bad. Remove the knight, which is the defender with the knight. Why can't the queen just go here? And then you push. Oh, I see. Damn. And then you take, they take, and then it's a fork. But let me see if mine was winning. Because I thought I had something good here. Oops. So they did this move. And I looked at this one. Okay. I'm fried. Too many hours. $59's not bad though, right? Alright. I think that might be it for me. I was thinking about doing another game, but it's getting pretty late and I'm getting pretty tired. So I might call it a day. I will be back next weekend for more streaming, and I might start streaming sometime during the week as well. So make sure you hit follow if you haven't already done so, and we'll see you next time. Thank you all for watching.